So I think you can talk on normal volume and it won't be audible in the streams. a long-term IGDA Finland volunteer, way more importantly, your host today for Leadership Day, IGDA Finland 2020. Now, last year, we organized this event for the first time, and like some of the best things in life, I think, it was completely free, it was community sponsored by the local companies, and it brought people together around some of the most difficult topics in games. Because leadership, it's a difficult thing. We don't talk about it much, and that's why we wanted to have that event. And we got a lot of good feedback from it. We want to keep the same theme this year, namely building companies to build games. Now, the pandemic is making everybody's life hard, especially for people in the risk groups, people with young kids. There's been a lot of family hassle around lately. And that's true for us as well. We talked long and hard, should we keep this event this year? But we didn't want to skip a year, and based on the feedback, neither did you. So we're here, we're streaming live across space and time, and making today happen. And absolutely a huge shout out to today's sponsors. We've got Red Hill Games, Supercell, Future Play, Epic, Next Games. So it's not definitely just us here, we're just the face of the community. There's so many people, including our volunteers, our speakers, who are just, volunteering their time today to talk about something that matters, games, leadership. And I want to talk a little bit about today's agenda. Let me refer to my notes here. So we've got 6 sessions plus a mentor cafe today, loaded with a lot of serious business from some not so serious industry veterans. Before lunch, we have a keynote where we think about the nature of leadership from a couple of different angles. And we've got a CEO panel, which is more about sort of the cutting edge issues that we have today. We've got a mentor cafe during lunch. So people who've pre-registered for that, you'll have that during the lunch break. And then afterwards, we have a couple of sessions. First one about We in Games' new leadership program. And we have a couple of sessions about living through tough times like studio closures and the current pandemic. And also some thoughts on what's next in inclusivity and diversity in our industry as the last session. And of course, some closing words in the end, where we kind of recap what we learned and so far. So we will try to have some short breaks between all the sessions, get some time to digest. And also, let's see how the day rolls, but we will try to wrap the day before 6 o'clock finish time, whatever that may be for you in the streams. So I think it's going to be a fantastic day full of games leadership, and that's something we definitely need during these times. At least that's what I think. So I'll be joining you guys from right here, Arcade 5 in Helsinki, on my iPad, and I'll try to follow along on all the different streams that we have. So feel free to comment whether you watch on Facebook, YouTube, the Twitch streams. Feel free to comment on things, and we'll try to kind of keep up to date and react. You can also ask questions. So we have a link every now and then here on the stream and in the descriptions. There's a Q&A app. Feel free to put your questions into the Q&A app, and I'll see them here on my tablet, because we will be calling all of our speakers after their sessions, and I'll grill them on your behalf. So my wish to you is make the questions difficult. Let's make this interesting, and sort of deep dive a little bit on all of the topics. And of course, if we're lucky, we might see somebody's kids on the stream as well. You never know. It's going to be exciting. So, with all that said, thanks for joining our community event today. It's fantastic to see you here. I'm so glad you made it. And let's move on to today's first speaker. So, let me introduce Joachim, our keynote. So Joachim goes a long way back in the industry. He's got multiple companies under his belt, Maybe he's best known today as the co-founder of Next Games, a mobile developer here in Helsinki who works with some of the biggest Hollywood titles, licenses. And recently he's been running Elite Game Developers. It's many things. It's an online school nowadays it's a newsletter, it's a podcast series, it's even a book and a series of online courses. And basically it's an information base that's all about the toils of being an entrepreneur in games. Something I can definitely personally relate to. And I also hear that Joachim really loves 80s music. Like anything goes as long as it's made in the 80s. So with that in mind, he will share some of his learnings about the nature of leadership in games that he's learned from interviewing dozens of CEOs and other people for his podcast series. And as I said, put those questions in and we will call him after the session. But right now, let's roll our sponsors and then Joachim's session.
might be. Hi everyone, it's Joakim Akren here. Today I'm going to do the IGDA leadership keynote on the topic of what is leadership. So, quick introduction on myself. My name is Joakim Akren. I'm the founder and CEO of Elite Game Developers, which is an online game startup school that I founded last year to put together all the knowledge I have from founding 2 games companies and being in the industry for close to 20 years and distilling them into blog posts, online courses, a podcast. So if you go to elitegamedevelopers.com, you'll find more on the material that I've been creating. There's weekly items coming out, so check it out, and remember to subscribe to my newsletter. So I'm also putting unique content on the newsletter every week. Bit of my background. So I started in gaming actually in 2000 when I joined a small gaming startup in Kuopio, which is in eastern Finland, as a programmer. I stayed there for about a year. We were doing WAP games, which were the earliest mobile games you could possibly play, and at the same time doing also SMS text-based gaming for mobile phones, which was an interesting experience for me to kind of like see what a gaming startup could look like. So I completed my studies and did a few years of software consultancy before I started my first company, Ironstar Helsinki, in 2005 to do this virtual world called Moipal, which was supposed to run smoothly on everybody's phones, Java phones, so it could run on the latest Nokia phones, were the best platform, of course. We had really big distribution issues. We didn't really know what we were doing. We were kind of like going in circles in the desert, figuring things out. Eventually, basically, our investors pointed out that maybe you should try something else. This was like years later already, after we'd been fumbling in the dark. We got to try out the Facebook gaming, which was really growing big in 2009, and pivoted there, made actually like a profitability state in about 6 months, and in 2010 we were profitable for a while as a company until Facebook started closing down all the viral channels and everybody was suffering. We needed to close down the company. We couldn't sustain a game where the revenues were basically falling every day. And I went to Supercell to kind of like try to kind of like put myself together again after these 6 years of trying to make Ironstar as a startup work. I saw and learned so much from being at Supercell, from all the cool people there. They were definitely on the top of the edge of like where gaming was going. Mobile was coming up big. At that stage it was still like tablet first, but you could sort of like sense that people would want to bring their devices everywhere and play wherever they went. So Clash of Clans, Heyday came out, big success. I was contemplating it. This is the right time, if ever, to start my second games company. And then I left to start working on Next Games. And we put the founding team together in 2013, raised funding, got the Walking Dead license, got to build awesome games. But then, like, in a few years, we grew so fast. We went to the stock exchange in Helsinki. It was just something that in 2019 I decided that this is like, I felt like being a big company founder wasn't like the ideal for me. I wanted to do something else. I got the passion to actually go back and help a lot of founders at that early stage. That was something I would definitely want to do as the next stage of my career. And then I founded Elite Game Developers, first as a podcast and then writing the blogs. And I've been talking a lot about culture, about leadership, about the identity of a games company in my blog and my podcasts. Those are sort of the favorite questions I get to ask from founders on my podcast is, what are their leadership style? What it's like to be a CEO of a company that grows from 5 to 10 to 20, 50 to 100 person company. How do you scale yourself to be a leader in those different phases? And what I've kind of discovered from what definitely is the leadership that is required, it usually goes into this kind of realm that you are the person who is setting the tone, the pace, the promises that you've sort of written down in your company values. You are, as the leader, the person who is responsible for everything regarding you setting the example. So everybody will follow your example. This is something that I've seen so many of the CEOs in gaming echo again and again of what they've really learned from growing as a leader. So for folks in the game industry who are curious about leadership, I wanted to pull some examples from history. I think it's very applicable where leaders started figuring out that it's all about their people versus making money, making a fortune. So let's go into some historical examples of what leaders did in the early days of capitalism to actually focus on their people. I think there's a lot here for gaming leaders to take lessons from. Let's go back a bit into like what leadership usually looks like, or if you think about the Industrial Revolution and like how things started cooking up 200 years ago. Well, in a sense, like leaders have always been these kind of intimidating people who might actually like control the teams that they're running, that they push you into certain like modes, and that these kind of industrial magnates 200 years ago who were building factories, they were really like ruling what was happening and what could happen and what shouldn't happen. And they were also taking all the cash for themselves. It was really about like, hey, this is a big opportunity to get rich. Let's build a company. The labor that we have is sort of like an asset that we can move around. And, you know, they will stick around because it's their livelihood. They've moved from the countryside to these industrial cities that were growing, and they can reap the profits from those people. That was what 200 years ago capitalism really focused on. So if you think about this kind of like the old hero leader cult of, hey, the hero leaders believe in their position and authority that makes them a leader. They use their title and authority to force others to conform to their wishes. And they often take a my way or the highway approach into building these businesses. But I really wanted to go into this talk through kind of the lens of those leaders who wanted to change, who wanted to create this bottoms-up culture where the lowest level of the company, the employees, they would have the best possible life for themselves because they are part of the company. Like, who were these first people? So I did some study and I found this person called Robert Owen, who was a British factory owner, actually from Scotland in the early 19th century. Well, he owned this big factory in Victorian Scotland in New Lanark, and he decided to improve the quality of his workers. But many of his kind of contemporaries didn't share these opinions because the Industrial Revolution was going on, and new machines helped big businesses to make more products like cotton and things like that, and it was very efficient to make a lot of money. And like, if all of a sudden you start worrying about your labor, like, that's taking the focus away from taking on this opportunity of the whole revolution. But Owen was thinking differently. He wrote a book about how much he disagreed with, for instance, child labor, which was like broadly used in the Western world back into 200 years ago. And he felt that there was a really bad kind of vibe going on in how the working class was treated, especially in Britain. And he wrote that it is normal for parents to send their children to work at 7 years old, from 6 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock in the night. Children who don't have time to relax. If we do nothing, the country will soon be plunged into a terrible state of danger. So Robert Owen created a factory, or this kind of like model village was built for his workers with their needs in mind. He built a school where children could learn music and study nature, and he provided a shop there with like all sorts of quality goods that could be bought for fair prices. So as this kind of like development proceeded, New Lanark even got this first infant school in the whole world. And most importantly, the workers didn't have to spend incredibly long hours anymore in the factory. He started looking after like what is a decent time, scale down how long they're working versus like spending time with the families. And eventually a lot of visitors started coming from all over the world to see Owen's work, what he was doing in New Lanark, and for the kind of like the whole rest of the Victorian era, this idea that everyone had the right for better working conditions grew, and eventually in years' time it became accepted by the law itself. So it wasn't anymore something that, a very contrarian thinker like Owen could establish, but it became the law. Then another interesting fellow from history. How about like this kind of leadership in tough times? And I want to talk about Ernst Shackleton, who was the captain of the Endurance and several other expeditions that he did. But I'm going to talk about the Endurance expedition to the South Pole. This was in 1914 they went on the trip. But let me first introduce you to Ernst Shackleton. I think there's never been any kind of leader that what he was. He led 27 men on a journey to be the first to cross the Antarctica, but he failed on this trip. But why do we care about a leader who failed on his expedition? Well, because what happened instead was incredible. So this was his third Antarctic expedition, and he was leading this Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition for Britain, and they left England in 2019. The plan was to sail his ship, the Endurance, to Argentina and then head on to Antarctica and then walk across the continent where another crew would pick them up. It was a sort of like a simple plan on paper, but to put everything into context, you didn't have a radio system, no weather reports, no great gear like Gore-Tex or snowmobiles or any kind of like great North Face jackets or whatnot to wear. So the mission was very lofty, but Shackleton had the experience and he had an excellent crew, and he definitely put together the best gear he could in 1914 for a trip like this. So after leaving Argentina, the ship stopped at a whaling station in South Georgia Island. They learned that the Weddell Sea, which was the most dangerous sea in the world, close to the Antarctic continent, was jammed with ice, with the worst ice recorded in history. Some of the whalers encouraged Shackleton to wait until next year so that they would try again. So they spent a month at this whaling station hoping that the situation would improve, but it didn't. So on December 5th, 1914, the crew proceeded down to Antarctica. As you might predict, only 6 weeks later, they were stuck in ice. The ship wasn't going anywhere. Like, it was frozen, and it felt like, they couldn't do anything to free the ship. They tried so many things. They tried cutting through the ice. They spent hours working on it, and nothing was good enough. And they were like thousands of kilometers away from other people, and they had no communication equipment. What could they do? So they finally settled to think that, hey, this ice will eventually move and take them to like better position to free the ship. And they waited for 10 months. Nothing changed. The cold, the ice, and their food supply was running low. So the men began hunting for seals and penguins so that they could like supplement their diet and their food supplies. But however, Shackleton's biggest concern was this demoralization of the crew. He was intentional to keep the men's spirit high. He encouraged all sorts of activity like singing, games, having great like evening events. He listened to them and had an open door policy long before that was practiced in modern companies. He had all the men cross-train in various roles to increase their stimulation and their competence. Surprisingly, during these 10 months, their ship, when it was stuck in the ice, the men were content. One man wrote in his journal after a particular celebration that this was one of the happiest days of my life. Then on October 24th in 1915, things got really worse. The ice shifted, and it wasn't actually moving the ship away from the Antarctic, but rather like crushing the ship down towards even more harder ice. And soon the whole side of the ship was broken, and they needed to unload the ship quickly before something happened. And in 3 weeks, the ship sunk, and all the 28 men were stuck on the ice, thousands of kilometers away from other people. They only had 3 small lifeboats and a pile of gear, and no one knew where they were, and in England, they were probably thought that they were dead. So Shackleton had no idea how to get them home safely, but he knew one thing for sure. No one was going to come and save them. That was not going to happen. They didn't have any communication ways. They couldn't get anybody to help them out. So what he did was they decided to cross the ice and pull the 3 lifeboats with 69 sled dogs. So there was a resupply station a few hundred miles away, but it proved impossible to get there. After a few months, the ice began cracking and splitting, and it became too dangerous to stay. On April 9th, 1916, they boarded 3 lifeboats and headed north. After a 16-day perilous journey, they made it to Elephant Island, which was in the middle of the sea, cold, no life, but nobody was there to help them. But they were happy because they were on land, and that was a small comfort. The men were in worse shape than ever before, and demoralization was setting in. They had almost no food, no daily rations. There were small things to eat still, but they were like going into worse condition constantly. Eventually Shackleton saw no other choice but to take the best boat, a few of his best men, and sail across the whole Weddell Sea to the South Georgia whaling station where they started their journey. But that was almost 1,000 kilometers away. But miraculously, after 3 weeks of sailing on the sea, they made it. However, it took still 4 months to get to the ship, get a ship to rescue his crew. But on August 30th, 1916, Shackleton arrived to Elephant Island, and he found all the men he had left behind. All of the men from the expedition survived. Shackleton's journey is amazing. In the early 1900s, was an age of polar expeditions. It was common for men to die during the journey. Why am I talking about this story? This is so close to what a startup is like. You're sort of like in the midst of nobody can help you. You're in the unknown. You need to survive. What kind of steps do you take? So Shackleton, he wouldn't accept death. He used a system to approach and create a strong team that could handle these difficult situations they were facing. Here are the elements of Shackleton's leadership. Model and inspire optimism. Shackleton believed in his mission and his team. His optimism was contagious. He intentionally made decisions to inspire optimism in his crew. He was enthusiastic and clear in his vision. He encouraged singing, games, funs, antics, and other great activities that kept the spirits high during the expedition. Develop a clear shared purpose. Everyone who joined the Antarctic expedition understood the purpose. They were selected in part for their interest and excitement in the purpose. Many times teams form and their purpose is somewhat vague, or each team member has a different idea of that purpose. Clarity around purpose has been shown time and again to be the most important factor to impact the team's success. Build unity and commitment within the team. So Shackleton valued hard work and loyalty above all else. Yet he didn't expect this automatically. He intentionally fostered it. The team's well-being was his top priority, higher than his mission. He knew without the team they could never reach their goal. He got to know each team member personally and understood their strengths and their style. He made sure that team members could come to him with concerns and had this open door policy, which was not definitely the term that Shackleton used. It was coined much later. Create a plan, an alternate plan, and be flexible. After the team left the camp, they traveled in 3 lifeboats searching for land, which they hadn't seen in 15 months. During his 15-day journey, Shackleton changed the plan 4 times. The change was always because new information emerged, and he had to adjust in order to meet the end goal. He avoided getting emotionally attached to a particular plan, no matter how much time he spent devising it. And finally, make the tough decisions. Shackleton continually made difficult decisions throughout the expedition. He would have been terribly unpopular among the crew had he not built relationships and loyalty before doing these tough decisions. He always made the decisions with their best interests in mind. For instance, when the ship arrived in Argentina after crossing the Atlantic, the cook got drunk and disorderly one night, and he was fired. Shackleton did find him a new job on the ship heading to England though. So Shackleton knew that the man was not a good fit for the team. He then hired a new cook who proved to be an excellent addition, but he didn't want this man to suffer too much from being fired, so he got him a new job. Shackleton was heralded by his team as being the greatest leader on Earth. I think this is like not too far from like being an amazing person. To implement just one of these elements of his leadership would be valuable for any startup CEO. Looking at this list, that is one thing. Even if a small thing that could put into your team if you're a leader, try to check it out and see if that could be done. Let's go back to discussing what is leadership. So one thing, what it is, that it is about courage. But it's not the courage to make a lot of money, but the courage to treat everybody with equality, to never ascend to a higher level, and to create a safe environment. If you think about the sports team, there you need to create this culture of people keeping up with the pace, because it is still the goal is to win championships, win matches. So everybody needs to keep up with that pace. But then how about a family? Would you fire a member of your family? Like I wrote in this book, which I released earlier this year, The Long-Term Game, that the leader is someone who leads themselves and owns their actions, meaning that when things go wrong, they always feel responsible for their mistakes and shortcomings, and never looks for others to blame. The leader will involve other people to get things done. The leader will prioritize tasks at hand and help others do the same in their tasks. The leader will insist that the founding team has a common mission to follow. Here are 4 leadership principles described by Navy SEAL instructor Jocko Willink and Leif Babin in their leadership book, Extreme Ownership. 1. Cover and move. You need to work as a team to avoid obstacles and to get what you want. Keep things simple. Don't overcomplicate plans. Prioritize and execute. Focus on the goals and achieve them. And finally, decentralize command. Train and trust your subordinates. With these principles, the leader can guide their team to success. To achieve something, they will always work as a team. They will keep things simple with all the decisions they make. They will focus on the top priority goals and execute those. Finally, they will organize discussions around topics that are new to the team and then give trust to the team that they can complete the mission on their own. It's so much about communicating, giving guidance, training, nurturing. You cannot expect people to come in and immediately slide through into their position. You want to train your people, and then you give them the trust. Then on my podcast, the Elite Game Developers podcast, I was mentioning that I've had a lot of gaming CEOs, entrepreneurs. So what are they saying about leadership? First off, I had Selina Pasula, who is the CEO of Fingersoft. We were talking about leadership, and leadership for Celine means that it's about treating people with respect and communicating everything, and not being scared of hiring people who are much smarter than you are. And it's all about working with your ego. Don't make the job about yourself. And that you have to solve through examples. Then things that Celine has changed her mind about in leadership in the recent years, like giving out the power and decision making to where it should be, and creating an environment for learning and growth, and also to understand who you are working with and what kind of culture already exists in the company. Then I had Sean Rutland, the CEO of Hutch, on the podcast, and he was saying about leadership that it is a strong gut feeling that actually people are at their best when they've got a sense of purpose and they're empowered and they can really do things that make a difference to their game. And last year I interviewed Antti Hattara, who's the co-founder and CEO of Starberry Games. And on leadership, we were talking about a lot of topics. And when leadership came up, it was like he was saying that as there's more people in the company becomes a partnership. I'm there to facilitate things getting done. So decisions need to often be made with incomplete information. And it's much better than not doing decision at all. And last year I was talking with Marina Hallikainen, the CEO of Colossal Order. And she was saying that I have this managing by wandering around style. I like to talk to people. My door is always open. People can share any feedback. I'm making sure to be present and want to catch issues early in if such were to arise, and they always do. It's important to be strict so that we can get things done. I can be slightly annoying to the artistic people in the team. I like to see things getting done. So how do you get better as a leader, as a CEO? Well, first off, take bold steps with courage and be familiar with pain, because growth is always uncomfortable. You can think about becoming a better leader as like going up a ladder. So when you're at one step of the ladder, you can ask for help from a leader who is on the next step of the ladder. Think about you as a startup CEO, could be running a company of 10 people, or you might be running a team of 5 people in a games company. How do you become a better leader, a better manager? Well, ask for guidance and help from people who have managed teams in tougher situations. Maybe there's more people, whatnot. So that is a leader who is one step ahead of you. So when you reach another step, ask for help from the next one above you, and so on. And be prepared to help ones who are below you on the ladder. That's the way we all grow, really, just to share experiences and to learn and answer questions. So some words on the role of the CEO. There's usually two phases for the CEO. There's the external CEO and the internal CEO. So what's the difference there? So the external CEO is playing the CEO to the outside. He gets the best deals. He plays hardball if necessary. But the internal CEO, who is the CEO to the inside, they're a facilitator and they uphold the culture promise. And you need to leverage the external knowledge. Like I was mentioning, CEOs, leaders, it's always important to look outside into your community, people around you, all the other companies in the ecosystem. Ask questions, figure things out. Don't let the game run your business, but let your curiosity run the business, and go after and ask those questions. And then thinking about the charismatic CEO, that's often something that comes up, that, you know, if you have a CEO who has charisma, that they can really like build big things, build big companies. So is charisma the key to strong leadership, or is it something else? Well, through my research, what I've found is that a charismatic person can use their captivating qualities to lead, but they can also use charm in nefarious purposes. So ultimately, it is the character of the leader rather than the charisma that is a necessary leadership attribute. So character is who we are at the very core, while charisma is something extra. Character without charisma can move mountains. Charisma without character may give the impression of greatness, but it cannot stand the test of time. So trying to lead based on charisma that isn't backed up by something lasting and genuine is ultimately futile. But there are some arguments, like for charismatic leaders who often emerge during times of crisis where it is needed to have something strength. Like if you think about what is needed is somebody who can really lift everybody's spirits up. And a final characteristic I want to mention for a CEO is their presence. So presence of a CEO has to be the charisma, but it also needs to be this kind of like commanding an audience. This type of charisma allows the CEO to take charge, whether speaking with employees, customers, or investors. And when the CEO walks into a meeting, you know who is in charge. And furthermore, this ability to command an audience gives the CEO unique ability to create a winning culture. So building a winning culture comes from constant care and attention from the CEO. And the best way tends for this task to be completed is by communicating a compelling story in a regular basis to the entire company. I want to talk about a concept that I recently created, which was a visualization that I wanted to come up with, was this great company culture pyramid, specifically for a games company. And I think there's 4 layers to it. You got the people at the bottom. Well, you're creating a safe environment. If you want to build trust in your startup as a leader, make sure that the people know that they can speak up without losing their job or ruining their careers. If not explicitly stated, things will go unspoken. This is totally going to happen. So you need to be aware of these kind of things, like leadership tends to value visibility over impact when it comes to promotions. Occasional silos within the company, and like this kind of like issues where you won't have a voice if you're a female, you get walked all over, and people have higher expectations of you than your male counterparts. So work on like building a safe environment and belonging environment for everybody. And then going into a learning stage of this pyramid is where you're trying things out, you're building, and you're talking and listening to people with creativity and backing that with data knowledge regarding the market, competition, audience, knowing what's going on. You have to tie these back in. And when you try the things, you experiment, you build prototypes, you launch alpha version of the game on the store, and you look at the data that you're getting back, and then you make those creative decisions by putting together ideas. So people and learning. And then you got the execution layer, which is really important. So you move quickly, you try to learn to have the best decision making possible in your company. That is also something that you need to learn, that always the polish isn't necessary, that speed is more important for you to make more decisions more quickly. And ultimately, when you start combining the best place for people, the best learning environment, the best level of execution, and then you get the great games, which is the outcome. And this is what the leaders should be looking into. These are the different pyramid pillars that you can work on to achieve great games. It's not a consistent, reliable outcome that you will have the best games, but this is for the improved odds, if nothing else. That you don't need to think about, do we have the best odds at making the best games? You will if you follow this pyramid knowledge. As a final thought about leadership, I would really recommend that you guys check out our founder episodes on Elite Game Developers. So I've talked to about 40 different CEOs of gaming companies, and I'm constantly recording more and more episodes. Just last week I had Tor Gunnarsson from Mainframe Industries talking about his style. So leadership, knowledge, and activity. I think these are the areas where everybody in the gaming industry can learn more, because you also start to learn about giving feedback for your leaders and where they can improve. And when you meet other leaders, other startup CEOs coming to you, maybe a team manager comes and asks you for help, you can use this material and go back and talk to them. So please check out elitegamedevelopers.com for more information on leadership. Thank you.
All right. So that was Joachim's session on everything about leadership and life. There's already a bunch of questions here, and I've got loads of thoughts on that. So what we're gonna do now is get Joachim on the line and see where he's gonna take us from here. So let's try. Can we have Joachim? Hello, how you doing? I'm not sure we have audio yet, so our technical staff is on the case. But while that's happening, first of all, thanks a lot for putting that together. That was really impressive. Actually, I really love the Shackleton story. There's something about that image of being stuck in ice with nobody anywhere to help you, running out of food, nothing to do. Sort of resonates with my everyday life. And one of the questions that we got actually was, and I'm going to read it out loud here. I love the Shackleton story, but do you have any advice on how to promote fun and games if the entire team is burnt out and doesn't want to join in on any online activities during remote work? So I'm guessing this is about the pandemic specifically. This is tough anywhere, but especially now when we can't really have that team moment. By the way, check that your mic isn't on mute.
It isn't.
All right, perfect. At least I can hear you.
Okay, thanks, man. So the question, I'll happily answer that. I think communication is the best fix for all sorts of angst and anxieties in any kind of group. If you have a leader, like if they can communicate all sorts of things that is the reality, that is kind of like the likelihood, different kind of scenarios, I think that helps a lot of these kind of stressful situations. But you should do that preemptively already before things start going really bad. So creating a cadence of a lot of communication early on when it is still fun. Like don't wait for the trouble to start and then try to fix things, but rather create that cadence from day zero.
That makes sense. Although, what do you do if you missed your boat in this case and now you're in ice?
Mm.
So do you just try to get that board game session going, or is there anything like an emergency maneuver, if you will, that you could do at this point?
Well, then you need to start at that immediate moment of including everybody on what's going on. Honesty also pays off really nicely. So just lay out the situation really well, and also like what kind of action you're taking, and don't play these kind of blame games that never really works, but like figure out some actions that will be taken to improve situations and take control of the situation in a sense as a leader. I think that can pay off the most.
Yeah, makes sense. Now, maybe a bit more personal question from me. I'm just curious. So you had a lot of experience hands-on being a leader, of course, through your previous companies, and then you started doing Elite Game Developers, where like you've been immersing in this for a few years now, really. What do you feel yourself that you've kind of picked up during this time that you didn't maybe know or maybe internalize before, like some learnings for you already as an experienced person?
Well, it's a constant learning. I think that is the big takeaway from a year now with Elite Game Developers, is that I'm constantly learning new things, and when I'm interacting with a lot of startups, I think that gives me so much perspective that I didn't have from when I was doing it basically in one company, but now I'm involved in at least a half a dozen companies, pretty much like not day to day, of course, but sort of like being pulled in, and that's really been beneficial. And I think that's a great way for anybody who is a leader to learn, is to be active with other peers who are leaders, to hear what they're doing, what things they're going through, because you learn so much from that versus just keeping like yourself in a silo in your own company.
Right. So to paraphrase, you'd say that it's not a particular thing you're learning at this point. It's more like getting a new breadth of experience, if you will. So like a constant stream of scenarios and like what reality, like what happens in real life and examples and all.
Yeah.
Like, did I
Yeah, there's so much exposure. Yeah.
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 Personally, I fully agree. And since you've been doing angel investments and so on, like getting more into kind of other companies nowadays, and this bridges on another question as well. What kind of differences do you see on like young leaders on maybe these companies versus some of the more experienced ones? I'm assuming from like Next Games and some of the big companies, Supercell. Like, what's different when you grow as a leader?
Well, I think first off, gaming is such a passion industry. It's like this art driven industry, and that creates sort of like an area where you start first focusing on just improving your craft, but eventually you notice that somebody needs to be the Shackleton of the game team when the game doesn't, like, when, you know, usually it's not like how many projects do you need to do before you find something that makes money, like enough to pay salaries. It's not that easy to make games, so like somebody needs to take over that role of learning. And I think that is what I noticed with a lot of startups early on, is that they focus so much on the game, not so much on the culture of the company. There is a culture in any company for sure, but that culture could be something that you could influence with the ways that you've learned, you've talked with other leaders, what they've done. Start doing experiments. There's like game development is all about experiments. So I would suggest all the young leaders to also start experimenting on being leaders. It's like there's no one way to do it, but like try to find something that fits well with your character.
Yeah, makes sense. So if essentially what you're saying is that young leaders often fail to, or don't work the culture to begin with, so don't necessarily take like a conscious approach to culture. What would be something that experienced leaders then miss? Like, is there something that you often see that this, like, what's the next problem that people typically have?
Yeah, the next problem is that you grow past your own like sort of area of expertise. Like you go from like being a startup CEO of 10 people to startup CEO of 30, 50, 100, and there's always like the growth is not like it's exponential, the amount of problems that come. So having more clear ideas on how you approach all these issues that come up, that's where the more experienced people get into trouble, is that they don't actually know all the things that they need to take into consideration when a company is growing really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we see that happen quite a lot. And out of interest, I feel like in the tech industry, where obviously there's just more experience happening, like more iterations than in games, because it's a bigger sector, it's not uncommon for companies to switch CEOs or other leaders as the company moves from kind of phase to phase. And I guess that's exactly for what you were just mentioning. But I haven't seen that happen so much in games. Do you think that would that apply as a solution, or is it just not compatible?
I think it could be applied into gaming more even. I think it's also a situation that we don't have that many experienced, these kind of like gray-haired like professional CEOs in gaming, especially in like live service games. That's definitely lacking. Like you can count those people in like with one hand, the finger of one hand, like how many of those kind of people are in Finland. And then it doesn't really expand when you go outside of Finland that much. Probably in Asia you would have more, but I think then you have like how many people are moving borders, like culturally. There is still differences, like bringing somebody from Asia to run a Finnish growth startup, like something that's growing like crazy. So I would suggest that like people take the time to learn from the greats and improve your own skills versus just replacing yourself. Of course, like if you definitely feel that this is not your passion to actually be running a company that has 200 people, then like just figure it out early on versus like doing something quickly. Try to find the mentors, try to find interesting people out there who might be helpful for you in the future if you decide to step down. Yeah, it's not easy, but I would really like to see more people grow into leaders who can run 100 people companies. That would take the industry forward. That's one of those things that really is lacking, sort of like that. Usually game companies get bought when they're at 50 people or something, at least in the recent times. So how do we stay independent? How do we learn as leaders to take the next step?
All right, that's a big question, and I don't think we have the answer for that yet. But Joachim, thank you so much for your time, and for everybody else, do catch on to his amazing podcast series and newsletter at Elite Game Developers. I love it myself, and I think it's time to move on for the next session. But Joachim, thanks so much for your time, and let's catch up sometime.
Yes, we'll do. Thanks, Teemu.
Yeah. Cheers. So it's time to move on with the big picture. And next up, actually, we will move on to the CEO panel. And for that panel, we will have Natasha take over the reins. So I believe we have already a call being set up, and I'll let the fantastic ladies intro themselves. So let's hop on to the call in just a few seconds. Again, I'll give a tactical couple of moments for our technical staff to figure out the audio. Meanwhile, though, maybe there's something you will be able to spot a theme in today's sessions. We started out with this big picture of leadership, and that open question of get help is maybe the blunt way of putting it. If you're in trouble, get help, find mentors. Like, don't make the mistakes yourself when you learn from other people's mistakes. We've got some tools for that. During lunchtime, we've got Mentor Cafe, which is one way to speed date other people. I believe today's session is full. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat below. But we also have a session later on about the new leadership program from We in Games, where they're trying to plot out a path for new leaders who don't necessarily identify as leaders, but would like to maybe learn more and find their own path through it. So as a community in Finland and globally, we're trying to figure out new ways for you to kind of find your own way of being a leader and find your own path of kind of developing your leadership skills, whatever that might look like. So it's almost a case of, do help us help yourself, because we need more leaders in the industry. And I was just also looking at some of the questions that we had for the last panel. And I guess like one thing about what's the toughest situation you have faced as a leader, I'll just throw my 5 cents on that. Interestingly enough, if you read books about leadership, you often, especially historically, whoa, we're getting some audio feedback here, but no matter. Often if you read books about leadership, you end up reading a lot about technical leadership, meaning how do you run your sprints and your scrums, and how do you give one-on-one feedbacks, how do you keep sort of the technical steps of building a culture. But then when we have sessions like this with Joachim, and when we ask this question of what are the toughest situations as a leader, it usually isn't about how do I run my scrum meeting, right? Like nobody ever says that. Like I have no idea how to give one-on-one feedback, or what kind of form should I send to my employees. That's not the thing. It's always about that kind of soft skills around leadership. Like how do I fire somebody? Like how do I manage that emotional situation of killing a game, or something similar? Something's going wrong with my co-founders. We don't quite agree with the theme of the game. So I think it's interesting that those things you can't really learn from a book as much, but you actually learn from the experience of others. And I think that's the sort of underlying thing that also Joachim just now was highlighting. So I'm just looking off camera how we doing with the we're doing last minute audio checks. And then we are going live in a moment. But actually, while that's happening, I also want to kind of ping another theme that was slightly covered by Joachim, but we're more seeing in the news at the moment. So we have this trend in the world, I guess, especially if you happen to look at politics and kind of that level of leadership. You could talk about it as, and I'm just looking at my notes here, authoritative versus authoritarian leadership. So I guess that's the strongman leadership versus just leadership that's making decisive decisions. So what we're describing here a lot is you being empathetic, you building a team, you building a partnership, a collaboration with your teammates, and then still making the tough calls and sort of keeping the train moving. But what we're seeing on the other side, even in the tech industry, is that you can have leaders that make all the calls, that are sort of visionaries and in their own way, make all the hard calls and sort of put everyone online. Obviously that's sort of Trumpian politics, or this more like authoritative way of thinking. And I think that's not explored a lot in games, meaning it hasn't been discussed a lot in games. We have these strong visionaries that really maybe they're creative leads that really push their own vision and nobody else's, and that's why things become brilliant. But while you do that, you might end up alienating a big chunk of your team. The same way authoritarian politics drives a single angle brilliantly well, but sort of ends up splitting the politics into different camps. And it seems like that way of doing things might end up working in games, might end up working in tech, because you can ultimately build a team that looks like yourself. You can build a team that's okay with that type of a leadership. So that leadership, as we discuss it here, it's not just about finding that one kind of optimal, humane way of doing things, which I would strongly advocate for, but it's actually way more about identifying what kind of a team you have, hiring people that can fit into that team, and calibrating, learning constantly, how do you lead this team that you have right now? Or do you have to change? Do you have to change the team? Do you have to change over time from a small startup into a slightly bigger team, into a slightly bigger company? Does the culture also shift between those stages? Does it become more or less collaborative when maybe discussion isn't as easy to facilitate anymore with 100 people in a Slack channel? So I think those are some of the interesting questions that are maybe unresolved today, that personally I'm kind of looking at during these sessions and trying to find hints of what have we learned lately. Again, looking slightly to the side. How are we doing with the panel call? Seems like we're maybe getting audio in. So what do you say? Let's, in that case, now that we have the audio, let's jump into the call.
This was just thinking of this sort of like, actually we have so many female founders and leaders that we really need to like, you know, put more highlight on that. And I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, it's true. I was in Friends and Friends event.
Okay, we are live.
Okay.
So let's start. Hi everyone, and welcome to the CEO panel discussion, The Hard Thing About Hard Things. My name is Natasha Skult. I am chairperson of IGDA Finland and wish to warmly welcome you to today's event on behalf of the board of IGDA Finland. Our next session is a CEO panel where we will be discussing both personal experiences and general overview to the leading of the team, setting company culture, the role of soft skills, which is essential in and outside of the crisis, especially nowadays as we are obviously having a pandemic situation. And I'm really honored to host this panel and introduce incredible CEOs from the Finnish games industry. Please welcome Stella Wang from Dazzle Rocks, Elina Arponen from QuickSave, and Anna Salama from Resistance Games. All the companies are having different genres of their games and therefore strategies, so it will be fantastic to hear their stories. This is the open discussion with you, our dear audience, so please put your comments and questions through the link that you have for it, and let's make this session as interactive as possible. So yeah, let's start with the intros. So please introduce yourselves and your company. Shall we start, for example, Stella? Would you like to introduce yourself and DazzleRocks?
Thank you, Natasha. Hi, this is Stella. I'm the CEO of Dazzle Rock. We're working on the kind of the game for social generation, the social MMO. It's for player to empower their creativity, and you can build your entertainment in your dream world with a massive amount of people. We're based in Helsinki, like some of people. So thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you, Stella. And Elina, how about you?
Yes, thank you. Nice to be here. So my name is Elina Arponen. I'm the CEO and co-founder of QuickSave Interactive, and we do games for the social super apps, so HTML5 games, and our mission is to define and conquer this new platform for games. Personally, I've been in the gaming industry for over 15 years now, so this is actually my second company that I've founded and where I'm the CEO of. So
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Thank you for being with us. And Anna.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Anna Saloma, the CEO of Resistance Games. We are Oulu-based game studio and we make strategy games for PC. We actually just launched our game on August, so Company of Crime is now on Steam. I'm really happy to be here on this panel.
Thank you for being with us. So yeah, starting about the team and you know, like talking about the sort of the backstory, how to, especially founders, as all of us here are founders of our companies. At least in Finland, we can say that most common way of kind of like making a company is that you have, you know, a bunch of friends actually really passionate about, especially younger teams in the sense that don't have 15 years of experience, that they do form companies, let's say with a bunch of friends with passion to make the best games ever, but then they realize that, you know, like how the actual world works, especially the game market, which is its own little cookie. But yeah, so how did you end up in a leading position? As I said, like in this company, because when you have, let's say, friend-based or sort of smaller company, usually the person who leads it, it's not necessarily at the end even aware of the toll that the CEO position and the leading position has. So, you know, in the bigger companies, obviously there is more that there is recruitment for the CEO and there is appointed CEO. But in your case, what is your background in this. Like, how did you end up in this position?
Yeah, I can, for example, start with this. So it was already with the first company that we founded in 2010, and that was in a way a group of friends, or we knew each other from the industry, and we started the company. And I guess I was the most also most interested in the CEO position in a way that it's also like learning by doing. So like I was interested to learn that and kind of look into it. I did have like some management experience from beforehand and you know maybe some slight qualifications, but also like I didn't have a deep like other speciality. I think it was pretty clear like the specialities with the group that we had, and this was the thing that was driving me. So it was in that sense quite self-evident. And since then, like that company was acquired, I was then the CEO of this Finnish sister company of another company, and then now with this company, I already had the experience as well of doing this role. And I think there's nothing wrong about starting a game company with friends. One thing you have to consider is like having the good set of skills. Like if everyone is expert in the same thing, that will not work so well. But starting with friends is kind of getting married. So it's like even if you break up later, you may still retain the friendship. I think it's harder to hire good friends. Like if you hire a good friend, it's then the balance of power is not equal. But if you are founders together, then the balance of power is fairly equal. Founder always has this aura of foundership. So yeah, I think there are many ways to put up the team and many ways that it can work.
And also friendships do come with actually team growing and doing stuff together, even if not necessarily there. So definitely there's that. All right, how about you, Stella or Anna?
Well, my journey is living. I didn't have a previous CEO experience, but I was actually leading the R&D when I was working Rovio. It was also really interesting. I was not hired as a product manager at that time, but there was a change of organizations, and when I joined Rovio, it was really early on. So there was opportunity that the leading role of product management was actually missing, and at that time it was my first month in Finland. I remember I have like $40. I came here, I think I was the first international Rovio was hiring. And so I came here and then the organization changed. And then all of a sudden there's an opportunity. And I was really debating that because the organization was very different than what they told me when I arrived in Finland. So I was actually thinking that, okay, should I move back to New York or go back to Asia, or should I stay in Finland? So I actually talked to my manager at that time that why don't you give me a chance, 6 months, and let's see what happened. So come back to kind of the CEO position, CEO role. I do think that during the past few years, and of course I stay almost 4 years in Rovio, and now my company is almost going to be the 6 years. As a CEO role, I do think that there's a complementary, depending on who is the CEO, what's your kind of management team. For the CEO role, I think people have to have a little bit more, persistentness, and also the picture of what they want to do. Of course, not all the companies start the same structure, but for example, in our management team, we do have very good balance that I'm a little bit more outgoing. My co-founder is a really good kind of projecting analysis. So we kind of balancing out. So I wouldn't say there would be one form of CEO, but it has to have kind of a team spirit, that how you as a team work to lead the kind of the future visions and also the team. So I would say that it's never one formula, but there's all other things that come into play. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I ended up as a CEO because I'm a project manager, and all our founders, we are friends and we have worked together in different companies. And at least for me, one of the takeaways from previous companies was that you need to have clear roles, and it's really tricky if the CEO has another big role in a company. So now we wanted to really have leads, that we have different leads, and the CEO is the CEO and not leading, for example, our team or anything on the side. So I think that is really good good that in our team structure that I fully focus on the CEO thing and nothing else.
I would say that's a luxury to have very focused. I think that's,
Yes.
I don't know how many people Anna have, but I do see that different stage CEO does play different role. Of course, it's also depending what kind of competence you have in the team. But I would say that if a CEO can really focus on CEO, you're really, really lucky.
I would second that.
I'm quite lucky that I can focus, but of course, my role as CEO has many things beneath it. So of course, I'm in charge of different kind of things, like anything from marketing to put it like hang up the drapes for our meeting room or anything that comes onto my way. But yeah, definitely, I consider myself lucky that I can focus on the CEO, and that's it.
Yes, absolutely. Like I can second that. Like that's very, very lucky to have, especially as a startup company. In most cases, all the team members do have multiple hats. But we were already touching the company culture, because this is like from all three of you came like company culture is something that is essential from the day one, and it's a living thing. It's obviously it changes because lots of things change, and especially from growing the company from like whatever your founder team and the core team is, and then getting new people on board. So company culture is essential. So what are your experiences in building your company's culture and the process? Like any mistakes you wish to kind of like, no need of course to go into details, but kind of like some of the kind of stories that what kind of you thought, oh, this is going to be the way, and then, oh no. So mistakes also, if you want to share, please do.
I can start if that's okay. Yeah, I think I have a recently experienced how I kind of recognize my own weakness, and I decided that I need to kind of find and fill the role to that. As a company, me and Jonas and Alex, and we have been really caring about T-shape. So we don't want to have too much hierarchy. We want to have like team self-oriented. They drive their own project. We don't really do project management. Like we don't need people to kind of divide the tasks for the team. The team need to be proactive, and it's kind of design-centric kind of type of company. The challenge of that is that means that when we're growing the team competence, not only they kind of know what they're driving for, they also at the same time need to be creative thinking, which means that there will be a couple more effort from kind of management team. I realized one thing that while I'm running forward on the roadmap, I also realized that I would like to have more people to help us to take care of the HR, take care of the company visions. So a couple months ago, after we closed the funding in February, I realized my life was not easier. It was just harder. It was just a lot of running around different tasks. It was just more stuff to do. And I also realized COVID-19 that the team required more attention, more help, more support. So me and Jonas kind of sit down and analyzing that. What are we good at? What are we needing help? And what are we not capable to kind of move forward? When we analyze that, we come down to decision that we need an HR person, which is a little bit early for our stage of company. But on the other hand, this size of company, now we are like 2021, it's actually the best time to build a structure, a company, despite on the culture, how we work, how we actually build across the team. So that is one of the role that we decided that we can do it, but we are not the expert. Why don't we hire someone to be the expert and actually build that foundation strong, so when we grow, we wouldn't go through too much growing pain. So that's one of the decision we made. So far has been really amazing. I was really happy to have this HR role in our company.
Yeah, that's really good. And I fully agree that it's kind of, we started like most of the companies, we started small and everybody knows each other. So the culture is very organic in the start. But at some point, I have realized that I will have to write things down. I really have to start analyzing the culture, because it should be organic thing. But if you're not on top of it, you don't actually know what the culture is. And also you cannot develop anything you don't understand and you don't have any kind of standards for. So if I want to develop a culture, I need to have it somewhere so we can actually think that how things are proceeding, are we getting better or not? And if we start to grow, how am I going to introduce the culture to the people if it's just we hang around here and we are all friends? So kind of we have to take the time to write down the company culture and really analyze that. What are we focusing on?
We did a company culture deck last year, and we took a lot of learning from Netflix, their culture deck. I think it was 7 principles, but it's 10 pages. I think that does help a lot when we are kind of looking internal team, how we should what's our culture, how do we welcome new people. It's also a principle for us to look into hiring. But the thing is that deck need to be update all the time because it's kind of too long, not on the point enough for people to remember the keywords. So I do think that it's really nice that people are actually working on the culture and also to kind of equally distribute the responsibility.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that it's very important to kind of consciously think about it and eventually write down about it. Write it down. I think it was you have to write it down still when you are 10 people or less. If you go above that, you should already have it written. For us, even already with the first company, we actually spent a lot of time talking about the culture, and I didn't realize how good decision that was to spend so much thinking and talking about the culture. But yeah, that really does pay off. I mean, it is the founders who start the culture, and even as the company grows, the founders still are kind of key blocks in what is people are looking for them for cues on what is the culture, and that is really important. And also it's important to have it eventually written down. One thing that I realized also a while ago is so what is the culture? It's also tangible things. It can be attitudes and everything, but also in our culture, for example, when someone has a birthday, there's a cake at the office, and that's a very simple, concrete thing about the culture. But that is now part of the company culture. Or it could be you take shoes off when you get to the office. Of course, that's not very unique in Finland. I think in Finland everyone is taking their shoes off when they get to the office. But this kind of concrete, tangible habits are also part of the culture, and I think that's nice to remember.
Absolutely. And the management dynamics is something that comes really important in this, because again, as you said, founders are behind it, but also as the team grows, as you are hiring new people that need to also learn about now that sort of culture inside the company and how the team spirit goes and all that. So basically this is also something, so when it comes from your experience with the management dynamics, especially in growing, anything you wish to share on that as part of the company culture that has been, because to be honest, what we have seen and what we see pretty much out there is that also CEO is one of the kind of representatives as well of that culture out there. I mean, you are the face of the company, no matter how much you want or don't want to really do, depending again on the stage of the company, but it is what it, I mean, you are the face of the company. So that's also the representation of the company's culture, your behavior, everything can be also obviously very much in line with it as it comes to the, public view to the team itself. But yeah, management dynamics. So as when it comes to founders, definitely have a big role there. If you want to give any words on that, or I mean, we can obviously continue on that.
I think it's not avoidable that when you start from 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the founder will have a very different job. And it doesn't get less. It just sort of, you get more used to it, get easier. I think one of the things that when we look at our own company, we have 2 founders, but Alex is actually a founding member, so it's kind of 3 management team. When we look at ourselves, then definitely we kind of really critically looking at what we are good at, what we're not good at. And definitely we have some people in our team, in management team is much more specialist. Managing people, managing HR, managing different type of things, it's adding a lot more pressure, especially, for example, our CTO is still doing hands-on programming. So I think it's more about sitting down with your management team, kind of really SWOT analysis that what is actually bothering individual person, what they're good at. So we didn't have the luxury to do that, to kind of, I still, well, probably not now, but I used to, even last year, I was still ordering toilet paper, running around errands, sending our team package, still now. So, but that's kind of small thing. But when you look at the management team, you kind of ask yourself, what's your best skill that no one can replace that from you, because it is so important, so crucial. What is other things that other people can do? So kind of strip those out and then see either we improve our workflow or we have someone else to do that. So I think periodical time, we need to think that what's our priority. Like currently our priority is workflow and also building team to actually for the next stage. So one of the most important thing is how do we allocate our time? Be critical about it. And sometimes I think that's probably the CEO's job, facilitating the conversation, that asks your management team, ask your peers that where are you, where we are, what struggle you, what's our experience in the past few years, how do we change that? So I think those kind of conversations needed. And it's interesting that you will find every year, every quarter, or you will have a different thinking about it, because the startup life is changing all the time. The cycle is really fast. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I fully agree, especially because, like you as a CEO, I mean, yes, there's a team as your focus, obviously, but also you have responsibility towards the board, towards investors, towards, like, there's so many sides sort of like that you have to handle as well, and also keep everyone intact when it comes to the workflow, as you said, and all that. Any comments from Elina or Anna? Fully agree.
yeah. I guess we just agree.
Yes. Well, there was one really good question exactly on this stuff, so I'm going to put it out here from the audience. So, when does being a CEO go from a part-time hat into a full-time hat by necessity? Because this is as you grow. So what is your experience? We had, especially from Stella, this sort of like moments, but any, especially maybe even, biggest mistakes you made as a leader, like inside of, there was another question. So like this sort of, because it is a learning process, obviously. Unfortunately, there's no CEO school that really, especially for gaming, that kind of puts you out there when the market and everything changes on a daily basis. But yeah, so what is your experience with this sort of like, as you just mentioned, like different tasks and things that comes from the part-time to full-time of actually doing the CEO responsibilities, and also any mistakes you wish to share with us today?
Yeah, I guess we touched upon this earlier, like being lucky to be able to concentrate on it's lucky if you can concentrate on the CEO job, but that does encompass a lot. Like, yeah, I've never had, with the CEO, I've never been like doing programming or art. I think I've been doing a bit of everything else. So yes, project management, QA, some design, obviously, yes, marketing goes there, fundraising, all the kind of outside relationships, just like management of the company. Yeah, I would say that all those things that I do still fall under the umbrella of the CEO. So, so in that sense, I feel like I've been full-time CEO from the start. That's just a lot of things under it. Yeah, I do find it challenging if you would be like, let's say, a CEO and a CTO at the same time. I see that double role sometimes, and I think how it's only possible by like dividing your time. Like some days you are CTO, some days you are CEO. I don't think you can kind of at the same time do both jobs in a way. But yeah, then it's just like fast switching if you have that kind of role. But I would definitely advise on having as much focus as you can on like just leading the vision and leading the company. And something like business development, it is done in a yearly. It's not even like the next quarter. It's like the next 2 years that you are thinking about, or the next 3 years that you are kind of taking meetings and building the company, like what's going to happen for us in the future. So it does take time with things that may not seem to matter next week, but they do matter in the long run. So if you can focus on that, that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I second to that. For example, I'm also the one who is in charge of our marketing. It's okay, but I am not a marketing professional. So that is definitely something that I want to delegate to someone, because like we discussed, you will have to focus on what you do best. And no, I am not best in social media marketing. I definitely want someone there. And I think if you ask about the mistakes, I think one of the mistakes is that you try to handle everything by yourself. Just find other people who excel in different things and kind of back up for you and complement your skills, and not to be afraid to ask for help. That is sometimes also very, very difficult. That you feel like I'm here to take care of everything. I must know everything. And no, it's actually one of your duties is to find people who complement you and support you, and ask for help when needed.
I fully agree. There's probably only one thing I pop out in my mind that actually for a CEO, if anyone in the audience thinking to start a company, it's not a bad thing to kind of be everywhere in the beginning. It might be probably later on you need to periodical time change your role, but the reason is that it's then you start to get to more understanding what is needed for the team and what do you want to do and how you're going to structure. So I think it's quite a great experience if in the beginning you kind of involve things. I remember 5 years ago that doing Excel sheets basically is something that I cry in the corner all the time. And then I remember doing all this accounting things and looking at all the stuff. It's really like new things for me. So but here now, when I look back, it really helped me to make the relevant decision and who to work with on those things. So I do think those are kind of very golden experience. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point, because if you are going to hire for a role, if you've done that role yourself first, you know a bit more on what you are hiring for, what to look in the candidate.
Yes, and that's sort of, especially as in the beginning, you do have a lot on your plate, and you are handling pretty much everything, or at least having some part. Maybe not. I don't think any of us really got into the coding part per se in this group, but at least from everything else, we did put our fingers in, and you have to do it. But also by time delegating. And that's also for us really important, is to learn to delegate, because that is also one of the when you are used to handling so much, you go, yes I can, or don't worry, you just do your thing and I'll take care of this, because this is what we do as you care for your team, as you want them to not be overwhelmed with work and tasks, but then you overwhelm yourself. And this is again the moment when you have to also learn to let it go, let people do. And as Anna also said, get the people who can really complement with the skill set, with the know-how, with the and this is really important role. Actually, there comes the soft skills, because this is something that within the company culture, but also communicating and dealing with everything around with the team, and not just team, again, outside world, also your own board, depending on how big corporation it is already of your company or not, and investors and so on. So soft skills are crucial. And now especially I have been at least listening now it's really important in COVID to kind of with this whole new situation to have really focus on soft skills. No, soft skills should be always priority in my opinion. But obviously now in the crisis, and dealing with crisis is something that it's a must. And this is also one of the big moments for quite many founders and managers and so on that will have to adopt if their soft skills, they have to learn those. But let's talk about soft skills. So would you like to, so does anyone want to start with how do you handle in your team soft skills, and or maybe what is the most important soft skill for you, what you think in your team?
Okay, I can start. I've a fairly concise answer. First of all, soft skills for me has always been the kind of scary part, because I'm an engineer, and even though I haven't been programming in these companies that I founded, I started in the industry as a programmer. So I have like a computer science background, and I'm a nerd in that sense that you know I'm soft skills are not something like very natural to me. But I think like one thing that is I've kind of learned is it's important, like be a human and look at, like when you deal with other people, they are humans, and you know that comes with all the different aspects of being a human. And yeah, so like I've heard of companies like where, for example, the CEO doesn't go to lunch with the employees, and I feel that kind of like, if you want like, why would you want to keep such a distances? And for us, it's like really important to have often lunch together and, you know, get to know each other, and well, fairly often in the gaming industry, that's the case, that you are very it's like you know, everyone's a friend in the company. And even though I said before that like hiring a good friend can be difficult because of the power balance, but I still like to be friends with everyone in the team, and be a human, and you know, see everyone as a human. And I think that's just the basis where, for me, it kind of starts from. Yeah.
How about resisting?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think one thing I really like to focus on is like conversation and sharing your opinions and discussing your opinions, and especially since we are very different in our communication style, and sometimes people who are quite talkative, like myself, I feel that I can quite often talk over people, even if I don't mean to. So kind of how I'm going to enable that even people who are not so super talkative have their voice heard in a company, that I offer a place, a venue for everyone to discuss the important things, and not just that the talkative ones are talky and others start just nodding on the background and don't get their voices heard.
Well, I think for my point of view, that the good thing is I have always been in, like I left Asia when I was really young, so I was studying USA and I work in Europe. So I do think that I tend to observe people a lot. Like for example, that I think one of my best achievements is I sort of can read my Finnish team, even though they don't have expression. That are they happy? Are they agreeing? So I do think that one thing. I think two things in my principle. One is have a strong empathy, and also relatable. That okay, are they understanding or what's going on? What's the challenge? Like kind of take the situation into account and kind of read the situation and assessment from the situation. But I also kind of want to speak for many founders that it's sometimes you cannot please everybody. I do have a situation that even though empathy and also really relatable other people's situations really core principle, but sometimes not everybody understand your decision. And do we as a founder struggle about how we feel? Like you probably hurt someone's feeling, probably some mistake you made, but at the end of the day, we're all human. As long as we kind of able to iterate from that, I would say that that's part of self-skill, that don't overbeat yourself up if you make one mistake, but also kind of understanding what's the situation around you and growing from there. Yeah.
I mean, my takeaway from this discussion is that basically listening, especially for your team, and so the listening as something is really crucial. And even it doesn't have to be by words, but by expressions, even Finnish ones. That's sort of like it's part of listening. It's part of really getting that, like really having the relationship in a sense that you do. Yes, there are tough decisions, especially we as CEOs. I can tell from my experience as being appointed CEO previously that I had to do what board basically decided. So it's very hard. It's a different thing when you are your own founder and you create, but when it comes to like, so there are different ways, obviously. So it's the position itself can have its own toll, as I said, like in many ways, but listening, even in the toughest and the biggest kind of crisis, because companies are having, especially game companies, have ups and downs, and it never gets easier, unfortunately. But you do it together, and that's the whole point. And yes, there's stuff that, you know, you have to do the tough decisions, tough things. But it's important, and also communicating that with the other side and whichever kind of like that everyone understands exactly, and you understand, for example, what certain mistake happened, and so on. So definitely, yeah, it's definitely not gonna get easier, that's for sure. And now COVID, not making anything easier whatsoever, naturally. So yeah, let's talk about handling the crisis. Let's talking about it, because companies do tend to have crises, especially gaming companies. I mean, ups and downs are our everyday. that's how it is. So, you know, like, how do you go through with your team through difficult times? I mean, now COVID is especially kind of like interesting, you know, twist to the whole thing. But we know that companies come and go, but people stay. So it's all about, again, and this is, again, one of the really great things of having gaming community and I mean, game developers community as well, to be there for you, as we definitely see through IGDA. But yeah, how about handling crisis? And if you want to share any of your experiences, again, it can be some wise words, especially for the new founders, like how to handle the crisis, because crisis will hit rather soon sometimes when you start a company. So who wants to start?
Yeah, I think that is actually a really good point, Natasha. You said that it's inevitable that there's going to be problems. That if you start with the idea that you are only good if you don't have any problems, then you're going to be so disappointed, because anything and everything can happen, like the COVID, for example. And no like amount of preparation can always predict everything. So what you actually have to do is to be good in solving problems. So because all of them are not avoidable. And I think that is some kind of mindset that I really like, that there is always a kind of a solution to a problem, and that's what you're going to do. That okay, now we're in like a deep trouble, but what are we going to do? There has to be a solution. Let's find out about the solution. Maybe you need a little bit time to just, say a couple of curse words, and but then okay, let's start working on it. Problem, solution, and not slide down and let it like all explode into your hands. But it's not easy. But that's kind of the only way you're ever going to survive as a company. That you take the problems and tackle them.
Yeah, and I'd say that once you have been tackling a couple of crises, it doesn't really get easier in the sense that the crises, the problems that come in the future, they are different problems. So it's always a different thing. Hopefully it's a different thing. You learn from the past and you don't repeat the same mistake. But when new problem arises, the good thing is that if you've handled a few previous problems already, you start to trust yourself more. Like you have this self-trust that, hey, I'm gonna go through this one as well because I already did that and that. So that's something that helps you in the kind of learning process of like when the time passes. So the problems themselves might be even more difficult, but they don't feel as difficult necessarily because you just have more of this trust in yourself to handle them. And one also thing that I've done with some of these crises is that, like, when I hear some bad news that okay, this thing just happened, and I mean, it should be like transparent, like, you know, the other managers, the team needs to hear about the problems, but you don't have to go there in the same instant that you hear about it. Like if you are still feeling down about it, like if you are kind of like, oh shit, like what are you gonna do? Like I always, like, what I do is like I mean, there's always a solution. So you think about it for a moment, you kind of go it over, and you go to the team when you see the light already. You might not have the exact solution already, like, you know, this is exactly how we're gonna solve this, but when you have the feeling like, actually, yeah, this is solvable again as well, like why not? And then you go and then you tell yeah, we have to have this thing, and but I think like this is how I'll do it. This is gonna be the direction. So that's something, because if every blow that comes happens to everyone in the team with the same intensity, it's gonna wear out the team kind of much quicker.
Yeah, I think that I mean, Elena and Natasha know my past few years starting a company. I wouldn't say COVID was only the disaster we have, but I think 5 years has been extremely tough for us, kind of surviving, always on a surviving mode. One thing I learned about being a CEO, and also if you're a leading position, starting company, and navigating a difficult time, you need to reserve time to have scenario B, C, D. You always need to have this kind of, I'm not saying that it's a good proposal, but I tend to think a little bit when I'm shower or take a walk after the dinner, really think about, if this thing happened, what will I do? If this happened, what will I do? You always need to have a couple cards in your pocket. And sometimes, if you don't have a solution, find your board, find someone to talk about things. I remember I used to talk to our board about things that he asked me that, where do you get all this imagination? I was like, I'm just preparing one day. If people ask me, I have this answer. So I do think that that's part of the preparation for crisis. I wouldn't say all the time you're 100% kind of have the solution for there, but as long as your mind kind of prepare for different situation, I think emotionally and also rationally you have much better step to go forward. Another thing is I would say that during this difficult time when we are kind of running the company, one of the most important thing is to actually discuss with the team quite often. I think one decision we made quite right was in March when we have this, we actually have an open Zoom always on during the working hour. It's not something I spy them on, but it's something that people can go there, feel like they have a never left office and chat with each other. Typically, I also find time, or the team find time, to talk about daily stuff, to just kind of keep the social engagement happening. I spoke to many kind of company. In the beginning, this is a very exciting moment, like remote working. No one have done this before. But when the time goes by, it becomes harder to be creative workflow. It also becomes harder to keep the team spirits. So I do think that people should, as a leadership, you should kind of think that what would be the activity, or what would be some kind of one-on-one session. You kind of understand the temperature of the team. So this would be the few advice I would give for people who are navigating the difficult time. Yeah.
For sure. And this is actually, again, one question from the audience. As a leader, what is the best way to get new and motivated team members for the game startup in the beginning phases? But it's also, as you just said, like just keeping the motivation and the spirit of the team itself is already, I mean, it's a crucial thing, obviously, especially when the crisis like this hit. Yeah, how do you keep the minds clear?
Yeah, I think during all this time, everybody need to be patient, a lot patient, not only from team side, but also from leadership side. Let's say we used to do design session like this and people understand. Now you need to times everything 2x, 3x. You really need to spend the time in early phase to share the idea, to make sure everybody understand. We also have a lot of broken phone situation. We also have this kind of situation. I think that I was discussing with our HR. There's some workflow I would like to improve during this difficult time. She asked me how much, like, do I have patience and time? And typically we know startup doesn't have time, and CEO typically doesn't have patience. So I think one of the combination I told her is we can give time, but that's narrow down the scope how we want to go forward. Because as a startup, you can drag on time, but there's something necessary. You need to be patient and wait and to build that foundation. So for anyone who's actually leading the early stage of the company, I would recommend you take time to understanding the design spec, each other's skill, and take time on that phase. It will help you when you're in development on the better pacing. Yeah.
couldn't agree more. Anna, anything to add?
Well,
No, just looking.
good, but yeah, and also kind of think about the kind of the inclusion, that to make sure that everybody feels they're part of the team, that because people are willing to do so much and it feels so fulfilling if you feel that you are working for a team, you are part of it, it's us here and we are doing this together. So especially now that people are in different locations, you don't see each other anymore that much. It's really kind of challenging to keep the we spirit going, and nobody is kind of dropping slowly out of the team and feeling isolated, feeling that I'm not part of the team anymore. So that is the challenge of these days, to keep everybody on board and feeling that we are in this together.
And be playful. Like for example, we have a new joiner today, and one of the tasks I tell the team to introduce themselves without telling people what do they do. Like you cannot say I'm programmer, I'm artist. You need to be a creative designer. So I would say during this difficult time, be playful, have fun, as much as you can. It's very important. Yeah.
For sure. But also, like, we have few more questions that are really good. So especially now, as we were thinking, like, yes, you have now, for example, HR that will, because you are in that stage of the company, that will actually help with the processes. But of course, before, and as we all agree, having friends and as the founders and so on, because that is and especially relationships do grow more fond inside the team, even with the new team members. But what happened? So did you have to actually fire a friend, and how did you deal with that situation if you had that type of experience? And would there be any kind of complete parting apart kind of, result of that? Or were you fortunate enough not to have such a situation?
I think any time you have to fire someone, it's never nice. And thinking about our company culture, like even if we didn't know before hiring someone, they probably became friends while at the company. So yeah, it's never easy to let go of anyone, and yeah, we've had to do that in multiple companies now, and yeah, I don't know how to say how to do it, but properly. It's not a good. It's the worst thing you have to do, but that's what you have to do.
It really is. I mean, even if it happens to be, like in a previous company, I in one moment had to call for layoff just for a moment because of investment coming in, and it wasn't sure, obviously, because so nothing to do with COVID, but that's how it is. So it's never easy, even for that. Not mentioning to actually fire or like it's never easy. But at least in my experience, I never had this. It was always because of the company culture, and there was always understanding. It's not a and none of it came obviously as a surprise. At least it shouldn't. So this is one way how you can actually, like, again, having this sort of company culture and soft skills integrated from the day one helps definitely, no matter how horrible it is, especially for a CEO to do it, regardless of friendship or not. But usually friendships, at least again, they continue. Like it's because it's not. It's business. It's not like it's nothing personal. It never is. Or if it is, I mean, again, not from my experience, but yeah. Anyone else have? Well,
it's always better to make a decision to not have any decision, and sometimes that laying off people or letting go someone, periodical time for the other person or for the team, they might not see it makes sense. But sometimes when a company grows, you do have people that they fit this kind of journey. I always say that startup is like a bullet train. People get on, people get off. And then the most important thing is even though the people who's unfit doesn't mean going to other place, they are not going to be happier. So I do think that there are sometimes, as we said, the hard thing about what CEO does is not all our decision people understand. You cannot kind of please everybody, as long as you feel that you kind of think it through and you kind of learn from the mistake. But I would say that it's always better to make a decision than linger around, because that really hurts the kind of bigger picture.
Sure. Yeah, that's for sure. And also, again, communicating that in a good time, not just kind of being cut. But this is exactly why we call this panel The Hard Thing About Hard Things, which is also based on the book, which is always kind of, you're a CEO, you have to read this. And we would, I think all of us here recommend this read for sure, for everyone who wants to start a company and lead the team, or even if not start a company, but leading, how do you lead and how, so yeah, definitely amazing read. One last question, or kind of like from the audience, would be how to make sure to not get burnout as CEO. So how to prevent the burnout, which it's like, yeah, it's a good, like, maybe, you know, to take away kind of, you know, like some wisdom from here. So any thoughts on how to avoid really burning yourself out, like really how to manage also yourself, your emotions, everything that you are having besides your role, but you as a human, because again, it's all human.
I think this is a very personal question. I think everyone has their own way of dealing with stress and balancing of life. Like for myself, I have 2 kids, which are both older than my company, so I've always had family life on the side of the startup, and for me that has been a balancing factor, because especially when they were smaller, they do demand their attention, and then that was the time that my mind got to rest away from the work stuff. Obviously there are also kind of like mental models or tricks that you can kind of learn, like for example, I you know, like, I can't go into all of this, but like boxing problems, like if you have a certain problem, like for example, the money is running out, you kind of put a box on that and you label the box like open this like next week Tuesday. And then until next week Tuesday, you don't think about that thing. You concentrate on the strategy or the project or whatever. And then Tuesday you go and then you open, oh no, yeah, there was this problem here. So you kind of like, you have to sometimes shut something out because you have to do something else. And you know, learning this kind of like a mental tricks can help as well. But I think overall, like the life balance can come from many things, and I think it's quite personal from what is your balancing factor. And one thing that I would say that is my kind of tip for anyone starting in general is that things generally take longer than expected or longer than you wish them to take. So as Stella mentioned earlier, the patience is something that that kind of you have to learn. And I think that kind of thinking, like a lot of the stress comes from why didn't this happen already last week, and we should already be there, or we should already, you have to kind of like pace yourself and pace the team. Things be like merciful, like things will take some time. You cannot rush certain things. So yeah, I think that's helpful thinking as well.
Prioritizing, definitely.
Yeah, I think I read this one article about importance of sleep, and it kind of gave me an epiphany, because I would always like to give my everything to the company, but actually I have to give the company the best me. So I have to take care that I am the best me, and I am not the best if I don't sleep enough. If I'm totally burned out and stressed out, then I'm not doing my duty to the company, because I'm giving them this nervous wreck that hasn't slept for days. That's not what the company needs. It needs me fresh. It needs me well rested, so I can actually make good decisions for the company. And that's what the company depends on, that I am the best me. So in that sense, that helped me a lot. That when I feel like, no, I'm just going to push more and more work, I just take a step back. Okay, now I'm doing a disservice to everyone. I will have to take a step back and regroup and make some time to rest, so I can come back as the best me and make the best possible decisions on the situation.
I was laughing a lot because I'm probably the worst example. I work really much. I'm not like Elena. She has kids that she has time to kind of break, but I basically work. I think almost every year, Christmas I'm fundraising, and summer is also very difficult. So, well, I would say one principle I have in my mind is try not to let the situation managing you. try to be the person who managing the situation. So Elena has a good point that how you box your problems, how you kind of think, don't kind of jam up all the problem at one time. You kind of divide them. I mean, you recognize the problem, you analyze it, but this moment you might not have a solution. But you might take a walk, drink a glass of good wine, then you figure out something else. So kind of diversify your time, even though you know that there are kind of a lot of problems. Another thing is, as I said earlier, that you always need to think different scenario. Even though that you're not like have a magic 8 ball that you know exactly what to do, but you practice your mind to be more calm and more tailor-made to the situation when change. The last thing was about the hard thing about hard things. I remember I had this conversation with Yongki. During my this past few years, I think that we probably get more than 50, 60 rejection from VC. And it's just really hard. It's almost like every time the Excel sheets I have, I ran out of options. I need to find the new situation. So one thing is what I learned is you always have to keep a positive thinking, because if you start to be kind of down, you start to kind of be doubting yourself, then you really couldn't make, you cannot present the best of yourself to VC, to your team, that people wouldn't have the confidence in you. That's probably the really hard part for a CEO, because you're struggling internally, but you cannot really show that because you are the kind of anchor for everybody. So that's why I was always joking with Yonki when I talk about hard thing, because that book is really difficult to read, because it resonates with every point that you run into as a CEO. But on the other hand, that book also showed that it's not only harder for you, but it's also hard for other people. So it's something that you shouldn't feel personal when you run into the issue, but kind of think more positively in that sense. Yeah.
For sure. And I can totally relate to working too much according to the normal standards, but definitely having this sort of like finding your ways of prioritizing, and also knowing which battles to let go and which one to actually, go for, because that's the thing. You are the one who needs to manage the situation and also see what is really necessary, what is for the big picture, like which battles you lose and which ones you really don't let go and so on. But these are, of course, I mean, we can continue this discussion for days, definitely, but thank you so much for being with us today, and it was a great honor having this discussion, and I'm looking forward to again continuing this. So yes, thank you for being here. Thank you, audience, for amazing questions as well. And I think it's time for us to move forward. So Teemu, I think the floor is yours. So back to the studio.
Thank you, Natasha, and thank you for everyone in the panel. That was really fun to listen to, and I'd want to join in the conversation, kind of drill into this for a couple of more hours. But it's time for a lunch break, and during the lunch break, we've got the Mentor Cafe. So if you have registered for it, please do join Discord. Natasha and Chris will guide you through how that works. And for everyone else, I'm going to see you here at 1:30 Finnish time, which is in roughly 1 hour and 20 minutes. So enjoy the lunch, and we'll be back with another session. Cheers.
be. Might be.
Hey everyone, and welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good one. I certainly did. We've got some fantastic salads delivered from Volt. And now we are ready to continue with our program. So next up, we are going to hear from We in Games Finland, non-profit association. Their mission statement is to promote equality and diversity in our industry, and that's a mission I personally feel strongly about. And from We in Games, we have Salla Hiikoski. Now, we have a session about kind of her experiences into moving into a leadership role, and then based on those experiences and what it was like, how they decided to develop a new leadership program in We in Games. So we're going to hear something about that. And it's maybe at this point good to know that Salla isn't just a game development community vigilante, but she's also an artist at Future Play Games. And they're one of today's sponsors, but more importantly, her team actually shipped a game just last week called Merge Gardens. So a huge congratulations for the whole team for shipping. I've seen the trailer a couple times. So at this point, let's jump into her session, but like with the previous ones, do remember to post your questions into our Q&A app. so that we can call her after the session is over and take your questions to her, have a good discussion. But without further ado, let's tune into her session.
Hello, my name is Salla Hiskoski. Thank you so much, IGDA, for inviting me to speak here today. I'm really excited. It feels almost a little weird because I didn't really attend the Leadership Day last year. And the reason is because last year I didn't really think that I'm the target audience for leadership-themed content. Like, I didn't really see myself as leadership material. I mean, I'm optimistic and empathetic and a people person. And for some reason, that didn't really fit my inner idea of real leadership. Well, obviously, something changed. And what exactly changed is my role at work. I'm actually leading some things now, and I also got involved with We in Games, and I'm leading some stuff there. I also got trained as a coach, and part of the training was just about broadening my perception about what leadership looks like and what leadership is. And once you really start thinking about leadership, you start paying attention to leadership, where it lives and what kind of impact it has. And once you really pay attention, you start kind of feeling a little silly that you thought it was a personality thing, when really it is a skill set, like a really vast and huge and complex set of skills, but it is a skill set that you can learn. My day job is at Future Play Games. I do art and art outsourcing. That's my dog. We just released a game called Merge Gardens, and I'm really, really proud of it. It is my team's baby. In my spare time, I work with We in Games Finland. We are an NGO advocating for diversity and inclusion. And the reason I work with We in Games is because the mission is something that really resonates with me. Because I really do want to see a games industry where all kinds of people can feel like they are valued for who they are and what they bring. And nobody would have to hide or put on a mask or keep up appearances when they come to work. That's, a really nice vision. I really like this quote by Verna Myers from Netflix. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. There's many kinds of diversity, like visible diversity traits such as gender and ethnicity and age, and invisible ones like sexual orientation or religion or beliefs. The diversity is in the demographics. Inclusion is in feelings and in actions. Inclusion is when you can bring all of you to work and not fear that you're going to get ridiculed or discriminated against or lose respect if you show who you really are. And that is something that should happen, but it always doesn't. And I think it's sad, because inclusion results in feelings of belonging. And when you have a workforce who thinks and feels that they belong at work, that results in better employee engagement and better employee retention. I really want to see a more inclusive games industry. But that's not really like a goal that I have more set for myself. That's more like a vision. Because the thing is, that kind of vision, like more diversity and inclusion, is very dependable on external factors working in your favor. So it is not a really like realistic or attainable goal to have. And whenever you're setting goals for yourself, you have to be really careful that they are indeed something that you can achieve if you put yourself to it. Like if there are a lot of external factors that play into your success, then it can start feeling like the odds are kind of working against you in some way, and you don't really achieve your goals the way you would want to. That is why I always kind of try to make sure that whenever I'm setting goals for myself, I try to focus on internal development rather than external development. I'm, really self-reflective, and I love learning, and I love going in the discomfort zone, and I try to do that by reading and consuming content, and then doing stuff and going on quests and trying to apply that knowledge that I get, and I really love that. I also love talking out loud about stuff that I want to do, because you never know who you can meet and network with and connect with if you don't share what you do. And that is the reason why I like IGDA, and the reason I like We in Games, because we just have a lot of people who work for similar kinds of goals, and it's just so beautiful what kind of conversation you can find there. One of my quests that I had been kind of sharing around, it seemed to be a shared quest with a couple of people that I talked to. And that quest turned into a project. And that's a project that I'm gonna talk about today. So a little bit of context. I really want to advocate for diversity and inclusion, because in my personal experience, diverse teams just have more potential to innovate and solve problems creatively. It's just my personal experience, but I really live by that. But in the wrong kinds of company cultures or environments, diversity can also hurt, because you do need a couple of moderators and conditions to actually make teams thrive. And those conditions they're multipliers. They have an amplified positive effect on diverse talent and an amplified negative effect if they're not there. Besides inclusiveness, that I already mentioned before, the most important moderator is psychological safety. In 2016, Google did or published a study where they went on a quest to find some patterns in high-performing teams. And they studied 180 teams inside Google, kind of comparing high-performing teams versus mediocre and low-performing teams, and tried to find some kind of patterns in the demographics. Like, is there an ideal mix of different kinds of people that just work well together? Is it a mix of educations or disciplines, or what kind of gender balance do you need to have, or is there some kind of collab access across generations that brings the magic in the team? Can we find patterns in the demographics? Yeah, they did not find anything. So they started looking for patterns in the group norms of these teams. Group norms like, are there similar kinds of unwritten rules, and what is discussed and what is not being discussed? Are team members able to speak up about problems or tough issues and have hard conversations? And if you make a mistake, what happens? Is a mistake kind of held against you, or is it seen as an opportunity to grow? In their research, Google found that higher performing teams did have some patterns in their group norms. Like mistakes were seen as opportunity, and creative differences were kind of at the core of brainstorming. There is no such thing as this is how we have always done it and there is no reason to change it because someone thinks that it is working even though it's not. The teams had dependability. So people are held accountable for delivering great results. They had structure and clarity, which means that everyone knew what their roles were and what is expected of them. And people felt that their work has meaning and impact. But at the top of this, what I'm just sharing you now, is psychological safety, because that is the far most important multiplier to team performance. So what is psychological safety? Psychological safety is a shared belief that the team is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. So it's a shared belief that you can disagree and bring up concerns, and you can speak up and fail and be yourself without the fear that there will be any kinds of negative consequences on your self-image or status or career. I do want to underline it is a shared belief, so it doesn't mean that people can be mean or that everything has to be nice. Because when psychological safety exists in a high-performing team, it always exists with accountability. Because without accountability, psychological safety is just called comfort zone, and innovation doesn't really live there. So how does this tie into my hope for a more inclusive games industry? We do have a quite diverse industry. This is the Finnish Games Industry Report 2018 from Neo Games, and according to that, we have 20% women, could be better, but we have 27% Finnish talent in the industry, which is quite unique. We should be getting new numbers this year, hopefully, so I really hope that we are going in a more diverse direction, and I do really believe that we are. Remember that, psychological safety has an amplified positive effect on diverse talent, and psychological unsafety has an amplified negative effect. We're working on such a competitive field, and we want those high-performing teams. So I'm just wondering, what could we be doing better in engaging our diverse talent? Let's do a mini assessment. So these are yes and no questions. You can answer in the chat or keep them to yourself. So 1. If I make a mistake on my team, is it often held against me? 2. Are members on my team able to bring up concerns and tough issues? 3. Is it safe to take risks on this team? 4. Is it difficult to ask other members of this team for help? And 5. Working with members of this team, are my unique skills and talents valued and utilized? That's a pretty good assessment to find out if you are working in a psychological safe team. If you feel like you aren't, then I have good news. Creating psychological safety is a skill that people can learn. It isn't, born out of malice or having bad people if a team is psychologically unsafe. Because there are so many factors that go into human performance. I really do believe that everyone is doing the best they can with the resources and information that they have at the time. And there's also other things that kind of go into that complex equation or formula of performance. So from high skilled people, bad behavior from someone who is a pretty good employee. We aren't talking of item. It's might be or information or resource missing, and those others can support leader in any level, and you want to do a better job at or driving better performance in meeting their and it's simply that there might be some kind of internal factor or information if a team is psychologically unsafe. Because there are so many factors that go into human performance. I really better job at leading people